Hello. Hello, chat.
Hello
Hi.
there.
Hello there. Hi. Hi. Welcome. Happy Sunday evening. I hope everyone's had a good weekend. We're back at it. We're ready to go after to do some sketching of chapter 4, page 4. Yeah, first though, I have a couple of Graybles for you. A small selection from my satchel of Graybles. Make sure that my audio is working. Is that... Yeah. Delicious. Magnificent. Fantastic. Got my tea. We've got mint tonight. Delicious. Yeah, let me OBS is struggling today, it would appear. There we go. I've got my drink rules here. Again, we drink for tropes. So if you're playing at home, I've got the list here. Anytime the rule of 3 comes up, if someone has a prophetic dream, or if there is a suspicious translation, or we are suspicious of the translation as readers. But yeah, so get cozy, get your reading hats on, and let's go for it. Today I've collected some Northern American Native American stories for us. So the first one we have here is Munstein the Rabbit. This is from Old Indian Legends. No attributed author. It's possibly the kind of collection that is group submitted or a group collected or something like that. Oh yeah, you know what? I wanted to read a bit about the fairy tales. Always has these like bits here at the front. So I've always wanted to do one of these collections. So allow me to. Um, this is for Native American fairy tales, folk tales, and fables. Native American folktales were an entirely oral tradition. The term Native American is commonly used, but American Indian or indigenous Americans are also common. I've particularly met a lot of folks that are, because like the concept of the American continent is like a Western idea, so they're like just I just like identify as an Indian. So like the in many situations, the most appropriate way to refer to someone is like from their nation. So for example, if they are like a member of the Cree Nation or the Ojibwe Nation, you should refer to them as that rather than a sort of like mono grouping. So sacred and spiritual in nature, many stories were saved for specific seasons or evenings of the years. Contained in the narratives was often the basis for a tribe's specific rituals and ceremonies. The stories still act to preserve ancestral history for American Indians today, and to preserve their heritage and customs. Native American myths and folklore vary greatly across the great expanse of North, Central, and South America. Just as the sea turns into plains, turns into mountains, so the myths and deities evolve with the ever-changing landscape. If one thing connects all folklore of Native Americans, it is that of the Great Spirit and how spiritual forces can be felt and experienced in the physical world. Tales are known to symbolize seasons in nature as they honor our connection to the earth. Creation myths abound within Native American folklore, as well as tales explaining how death came into the world. Migration myths are also a common theme, but most pervasive is the wily trickster archetype. The trickster is a consistent character within Native American folklore and mythology, revealing himself in various animals or deities. Able to balance the vulgar with the sacred, the always mischievous trickster tales were born from one's own imagination and meant to delight and entertain rather than to pass down tribal traditions. With European expansion and influence, Native American folktales and myths were gathered and preserved in compilations and anthologies, but the great tradition of oral storytelling remains a vivid and beautiful part of their culture, both inspiring art and revealing ideologies. Native American folklore includes North American and Canadian folktales with authors like Cornelius Matthews, Zitkala Sa, and Cyrus McMillan. Yeah, cool. And then here we have an art. We always love an art. I wonder if that should be a drinking game rule. I feel like the drinking game rules are things that when we see these items, it's stuff that we roll our eyes at. So having a drink to celebrate them is sort of like a nice little treat. There we go. Are we good? Oh yeah, we fucking dropped. Huh? Hello? Yes. Okay. Hell yeah. There we go. We are so back. I think my network was being silly for a second. I think we're good to go now. Let me pull up my first tale. This is the rabbit. I don't know anything about these beforehand. I just picked them based on vibes and length. Based on the fact that this is about a rabbit, I'm suspicious that this is a trickster tale. But we have nothing to base that on, other than the fact that he's a rabbit. Munstein was an adventurous, brave, but very kind-hearted. Stamping a moccasined foot as he drew on his buckskin leggings, he said, "Grandmother, beware of Iktomi. Do not let him lure you into some cunning trap. I am going to the North Country on a long hunt." With these words of caution to the bent old rabbit grandmother with whom he lived since he was a tiny babe, Munstein started off toward the north. He was scarce over the great high hills when he heard a shrieking of a human child. "One," he ejaculated, pointing his long ears toward the direction of the sound. "One, is that the work of cruel Doubleface? Shameless coward, he delights in torturing helpless creatures." Muttering indistinct words, Munstein ran up the last hill, and lo, in the ravine beyond stood the terrible monster with a face in front and one on the back of his head. This brown giant was without clothes, save for a wild cat skin about his loins with a wicked gleaming eye. He watched the little black-haired baby and held in his strong arm. In a laughing voice, he hummed an Indian mother's lullaby. "Abu, Abu." At the same time, he switched the naked baby with a thorny wild rose bush. Quickly, Munstein jumped behind a large sage bush on the brow of the hill. He bent his bow, and the sinewy string twanged. Now an arrow struck above the ear of Doubleface. Then Munstein took the little brown baby and hurried away from the ravine. Soon he came to a teepee, from whence loud wailing voices broke. It was the teepee of the stolen baby, and the mourners were its heartbroken parents. When a gallant Munstein returned the child to the eager arms of the mother, there came a sudden terror into the eyes of both the Dakotas. They feared lest it was Doubleface, come in a new guise to torture them. The rabbit understood their fear and said, "I am Munstein, the kind-hearted." Munstein noted the huntsman. "I am your friend, do not fear." That night a strange thing happened. While the father and mother slept, Munstein took the wee baby, with his feet placed gently yet firmly upon the tiny toes of the child. He drew upward by each small hand the sleeping child till he was a full-grown man. That's... okay, so not only is he like a talking rabbit brave, but he's also got magic powers. With a forefinger, he traced a slit in the upper lip, and when on the morrow the man awoke, they could not distinguish their own son from Munstein. So much alike were the braves. That's wild. "Henceforth we are friends, to help each other," said Munstein, shaking a right hand in farewell. "The earth is our common ear, to carry from its uttermost extremes one's slightest wish for the other." "Ho, be it so," answered the newly made man. Upon leaving his friend, Munstein hurried away toward the North Country, whither he was bound for a long hunt. Suddenly he came upon the edge of a wide brook. His alert eye caught the sight of a rawhide rope staked to the water's brink, which led away toward a small round hut in the distance. The ground was trodden into a deep grove beneath the loosely drawn rawhide rope. "Hoon hey!" exclaimed Munstein, bending over the freshly made footprints of the moist bank of the brook. "A man's footprints," he said to himself. "A blind man lives in yonder hut. This rope is his guide, by which he comes for his daily water," surmised Munstein, who knew all the peculiar contrivances of the people. That seems like... I feel like this is another trope that we've seen, especially recently, in some of the other fairy tales we've read, where, like, the hero just sort of like observes some sort of like incredulous thing, and through the power of narrative inertia is like, yes, it must be this. Which, and then it's exactly right. There's no like, the hero wondered if perhaps it could have been one of these things, and then like, but there's no way he could have known. But fairy tales, especially shorter ones, don't really have the time to do that. So the hero instantly surmising something is a good plot device for speeding us along. At once his eyes became fixed upon the solitary dwelling, and hither he followed his curiosity, a real blind man's rope. Oh, I see what they did there. That's clever. The curiosity is the real blind man's rope. Quietly, he lifted the door flap and entered in. An old toothless grandfather, blind and shaky with age, sat on the ground. He was not deaf, however. He heard the entrance and felt the presence of some stranger. "Oh, grandchild," he muttered, for he was old enough to be grandparent to every living thing. "How, I cannot see you. Pray speak your name." "Grandfather, I am Munstein," answered the rabbit, all the while looking with curious eyes about the wigwam. "Grandfather, why is it so tightly packed with all these buckskin bags placed against the tent poles?" he asked. "My grandchild, those are dried buffalo meat and venison. These are magic bags which never grow empty. I am blind and cannot go on a hunt. Hence, a kind maker has given me these magic bags of choicest foods." Then the old bent man pulled at a rope which lay by his right hand. "This leads me to the brook where I drink. And this," said he, turning to the one on his left, and this takes me into the forest, where I feel about for dry sticks for my fire." "Grandfather, I wish I lived in such sure luxury. I would lean back against a tent pole, and with crossed feet I could smoke sweet willow bark the rest of my days," sighed Munstein. "My grandchild, your eyes are your luxury. You would be unhappy without them," the old man replied. "Grandfather, I would give you my 2 eyes for your place," cried Munstein. "How, you have said it. Arise, take out your eyes and give them to me. Henceforth you are at home here in my stead." We definitely know that it's very dangerous in fairy tale times to be to say something that indicates you're unhappy with your current situation, or would sort of make a claim like trading your eyes, because you know for a fact that someone is absolutely going to demand it, possibly someone with magic power. At once, Munstein took out both his eyes, and the old man put them on. Rejoicing, the old grandfather started away with his young eyes, while the blind rabbit filled his dream pipe, leaning lazily against the tent pole. For a time, it was a most pleasant pastime to smoke willow bark and to eat from the magic bags. Munstein grew thirsty, but there was no water in the small dwelling. Taking one of the rawhide ropes, he started toward the brook to quench his thirst. He was young and unwilling to trudge slowly in the old man's footpath. He was full of glee, for it had been many long moons since he had tasted such good food. Thus he skipped confidently along, jerking the old weather-eaten rawhide spasmodically, till all of a sudden it gave way, and Munstein fell headlong into the water. And he grunted, kicking frantically amid the stream. All along the slippery bank he vainly tried to climb, till at last he chanced upon the old stake and the deeply worn footpath. Exhausted and inwardly disgusted with his mishaps, he crawled more cautiously on all fours to his wigwam door. Dripping with his recent plunge, he sat with chattering teeth within his unfired wigwam. The sun had set, and the night air was chilly, but there was no firewood in the dwelling. Hint, murmured Munstein, and bravely tried the other rope. I go for some firewood, he said, following the rawhide rope which led into the forest. Soon he stumbled upon thickly strewn dry willow sticks. Eagerly, with both hands, he gathered the wood into his outspread blanket. Munstein was naturally an energetic fellow. When he had a large heap, he tied two opposite ends of the blanket together and lifted the bundle of wood upon his back. But alas, he had unconsciously dropped the end of the rope, and now he was lost in the wood. Man, he's really bad at navigating with these ropes. Hin, he groaned. I wonder if that's like, if these noises that he makes are bits of language or, like specific rabbit noises. Then pausing a moment, he set his fan-like ears to catch any sound of approaching footsteps. There was none. Not even a nightbird twittered to help him out of his predicament. With a bold face, he made a start at random. He fell into some tangled wood, where he was held fast. Munstein let go his bundle and began to lament, having given away his two eyes. "Friend, my friend, I have need of you. The old oak tree grandfather has gone off with my eyes, and I am lost in the woods." With his lips close to the earth. Scarcely had he spoken when the sound of voices was audible on the outer edge of the forest. Nearer and louder grew the voices. One was the clear flute tones of a young brave, and the other the tremulous squeaks of an old grandfather. It was Munstein's friend with the earth ear, and the old grandfather. "Here, Munstein, take back your eyes," said the old man. "I have had pleasure seeing with your eyes and trying your bow and arrows, but since I am old and feeble, I much prefer my own teepee and my magic bags." Thus, taking the three, returned to the hut. The old grandfather crept into his wigwam, which is often mistaken for a mere old oak tree by the little Indian girls and boys. Munstein, with his own bright eyes fitted into his head again, went happily to hunt in the north country. Alright, so this is a pretty straightforward, that doesn't seem like it's either one of the types of stories that the like sort of the blurb described. But I feel like it's a nice, tidy, like moral story where there's be happy with your own lot, be happy with your the abilities of your youth, and don't begrudge old folks their luxuries. That's definitely a solid moral. Next we have Lilianu, the Lost Daughter. This is attributed to Cornelius Matthews. This is another Native American, North American. Lilianu was the favorite daughter of a hunter who lived on the lakeshore near the base of the lofty highlands called Kwangwujo. Oh, you know what? I'm realizing, so we have tropes here. A lot of these are very much based on a lot of these are based on the European folktales. So let's stick to Let's stick to some more general ones that we think will apply. Let's have a good moral. We had one of those. I like prophetic jam. I almost wrote prophetic cream. That's not. And then the 3 doesn't come up a lot in the in the folktales here, so I'm suspicious it's not going to. So let's have something else. If we I did sort of like the magic that Menstein sort of used to warp the kid into like looking sort of rabbit-like and being able to hear him through the earth. Let's do some sort of casual magic. I guess we had one of those, so that's 2 drinks, so cheers. If we notice anything else that seems like it should be a drinking roll, let's add it. All right, so Lilianu lives on the lake shore near the base of the highlands, which then the highlands are called Kwangwujo. From her earliest youth, she was observed to be thoughtful and retiring. I think that means that she is kind of shy, but also intelligent. She passed much of her time in solitude and seemed ever to prefer the companionship of her own shadow to the society of the lodge circle. Whenever she could leave her father's lodge, she would fly to remote haunts and recesses in the woods. I think when they say fly, I think they mean figuratively. I don't think they mean that she's literally flying. So I don't think that's casual magic. Or sit in lonely reverie upon some high promontory of rock overlooking the lake. In such places, she would often, with her face turned upward, linger long in contemplation of the air, as if she were invoking her guardian spirit and beseeching him to lighten her sadness. But amid all the leafy haunts, none drew her steps toward it so often as a forest of pines on the open shore, called Manitowoc, or the Sacred Wood. It was one of those hallowed places which is the resort of little wild men of the woods, and of the turtle spirits or fairies which delight in romantic scenes. Owing to this circumstance, its green retirement was seldom visited by Indians, who feared to fall under the influence of its mischievous inhabitants. And whenever they were compelled by stress of weather to make a landing on this part of the coast, they never failed to leave an offering of tobacco or some other token to show that they desired to stand well with the proprietors of the fairy ground. To this sacred spot, Lilianu had made her way at an early age, gathering strange flowers and plants, which she would bring home to her parents, and relate them to all the haps and mishaps that had occurred in her rambles. Although they discountenanced her frequent visits to the place, they were not able to restrain them. Maybe discountenance means they didn't pay attention to, they didn't look at them. Or yeah, maybe it just means disapproved. for she was of so gentle and delicate temper that they feared to thwart her. Her attachment to the fairy wood, therefore, grew with her years. If she wished to solicit her spirits to procure pleasant dreams or any other maiden favor, Liliana repaired to the Manitowoc. If her father remained abroad in the hunt later than usual, and it was feared that he had been overwhelmed by the tempest, or had met some other mischance, Lilianu offered up her prayers for safety at the Manitowoc, and it was there that she fasted, mused, and strolled. She at length became so engrossed by the fairy pines that her parents began to suspect that some evil spirit had enticed her to its haunts, and had cast upon her a charm which she had not the power to resist. This belief was confirmed when one day her mother, who had secretly followed her, overheard her murmuring to some unknown and invisible companion appeals like these. "Spirit of the dancing leaves," whispered Lilianu, "hear a throbbing heart in its sadness. Spirit of the foaming stream, visit thou my nightly pillow, shedding over it silver dreams of mountain brook and pebbly rivulet. Spirit of the starry night, lead my foot pushing miscoated, or where the burning passion flower shines with carmine hue. Spirit of the greenwood plume," she concluded, turning with passionate gaze to the beautiful young pines which stood waving their green beauty over her head. "Shed on me, on Lilianu the sad, thy leafy fragrance, such as spring unfolds from sweetest flowers, or hearts that to each other show the inmost grief. Spirits, hear, oh hear a maiden's prayer." Day by day, these strange communings with unseen beings drew away the heart of Lilianu more and more from the simple duties of the lodge, and she walked among her people, melancholy them from another land. The pastimes which engaged the frolic moments of her young companions passed by her as little, trivial pageants in which she had no concern. When the girls of the neighboring lodges assembled to play at the favorite female game of Papus et Cowan, or the block and string. Oh, they have kendama before the lodge door. Lilianu would sit vacantly by, or enter so feebly into the spirit of the play as to show that it was irksome to her. Again, in the evening, when the young people formed a ring around the lodge, and the pipined jigun, or leather and bone, to the other, she either handed it along without attempting to play, or if she took a part, it was with no effort to succeed. I feel like she's still, like, this goes along with literally everything else we know about her, and that she's, like, not super social and, like, prefers to be in the woods. This better be, the moral of this better not be, like, she needs to be more social, because there should be room for multiple people. Or, like, you know, she has her own thing to contribute despite the group not being sure about it. But we will see. The time of corn gathering had come, and the young people of the tribe were assembled in the field, busy in plucking the ripened maize. One of the girls, noted for her beauty, had found a red ear, and everyone congratulated her that a brave admirer was on his way to her father's lodge. She blushed, and hiding the trophy in her bosom, she thanked the good spirit that it was a red ear, and not a crooked that she had found. I wonder what a crooked corn ear is. But I do like using the, like, type of corn ear that you find as, like, a fortune telling thing, because, like, you can't see it until you, like, open up the The husk. No, the husk is what's left after. Whatever the like wrapping of the leaves are, maybe just the leaves. So that's a really, that makes a lot of sense as like of course you would make a fortune telling thing out of that. Presently, it chanced that one who was there among the men espied the hands of Lilianu who had plucked it. Spied in the hands of Lilianu. Oh, I see. Presently it chanced that one who was there among the men espied in the hands of Lilianu, who had plucked it indifferently, one of the crooked kind. And at once the word Wagemin was shouted aloud through the field, and the whole circle was set in a roar. "The thief is in the cornfield," exclaimed the young man. Iago, or Iagu by name, and famous in the tribe for his mirthful powers of storytelling. "See you not the old man stooping as he enters the field? See you not signs that he crouched as he crept in the dark? It is not plain by this mark on the stalk, or is it not plain by this mark on the stalk, that he was heavily bent in his back? Old man, be nimble, or someone will take thee while thou art talking, or take thee while thou art taking the ear." Oh man, there was like a very rambunctious gust of wind just now that rattled my windows. Perhaps it is its own sort of fortune telling. I similarly, I like that too, where it's like it's bad luck to get a crooked corn husk, and just Lilianu, who gives zero shits because she's like, I could be chilling in the forest right now talking to my like fairy friends. I don't care about this corn. And this guy is like mansplaining how to find he's like, you should have known. Can't you tell by the like stalk? And you're gonna suffer for it because it's bad luck. These questions Iagu accompanied with the action of one bowed with age, stealthily entering the cornfield. Now, I wonder if that's part of it, is like that's the explanation for the like folk explanation for why some types of corn look like that. See how, as he stoops, as he breaks off the air, Nushka, he seems for a moment to tremble. Walker, be nimble. Oh, it is the old man is the thief. He turned, and suddenly, where she sat in the circle, pensively regarding the crooked ear which she held in her hand, and exclaimed, Lilianu, the old man is thine. Laughter rung merrily through the cornfield, but Lilianu, casting down upon the ground the crooked ear of maize, walked pensively away. The next morning, the eldest son of a neighboring chief called at her father's lodge. He was quite advanced in years, but he enjoyed such renown in battle that his name was so famous in the hunt that the parents accepted him as a suitor for their daughter. They hoped that his shining qualities would draw back the thoughts of Lilianu from that spirit land, whither she seemed to have wholly directed her affections. It was the chief's son whom Iagu had pictured as the corn taker, but without objecting to his age or giving any other reason, Lilianu firmly declined his proposals. The parents ascribed the young daughter's hesitancy to maiden fear, and paying no further heed to her refusal, a day was fixed for the marriage visit to the lodge. Man, these parents really don't give a shit about her. they're not willing to talk with her about her like forest time, and are just like, I know what'll fix it. The young warrior came to the lodge door, and Lilianu refused to see him, informing her parents at the same time that she would never consent to the match. What young warrior? I don't remember a young warrior. Oh, could it be the young warrior that was seeing, or maybe Iago? Whatever. It had been her custom to pass many of her hours in her favorite place of retirement, under a broad-topped young pine whose leaves whispered in every wind that blew, but most of all in that gentle murmur of the air at the evening hour, dear to lovers, when the twilight steals on. Thither she now repaired, and while reclining pensively against the young pine tree, she fancied that she had heard a voice addressing her. At first it was scarcely more than a sigh. Presently it grew more clear, and she heard it distinctly whisper, "Maiden, think me not a tree, but thine own dear lover, found to be with thee in my tall and blooming strength, with the bright green nodding plume that waves above thee. Thou art leaning on my breast, Lilianu. Lean forever there and be at peace. Fly from men who are false and cruel, and quit the tumult of their dusty strife, for this quiet lonely shade. Over thee I my arms will fling, fairer than the lodge's roof. I will breathe a perfume like that of flowers over thy happy evening rest. In my bark canoe I'll waft thee o'er waters of the sky-blue lake. I will deck the folds of thy mantle with the sun's last rays. Come, and on the mountain free rove a fairy bright with me." Lilianu drunk in with eager ear these magical words. Her heart was fixed. No warrior's son should clasp her hand. She listened in the hope to hear the airy voice speak more, but it only repeated again, again, and entirely ceased. On the eve of the day fixed for her marriage, Lilianu decked herself in her best garments. She arranged her hair according to the fashion of her tribe, and put on all her maiden ornaments in a beautiful array. With a smile, she presented herself before her parents. "I am going," she said, "to meet my little lover and the chieftain of the Green Plume, who is waiting for me at Spirit Grove." Her face was radiant with joy, and the parents, taking what she said as her own fanciful way of expressing acquiescence to their plans, wow, they really don't give a fuck, wished her good fortune in the happy meeting. "I am going," she continued, addressing her mother as they left the lodge. This music is getting a little loud. Make sure let me test that real quick just to make sure that it sounds properly balanced. I want it to still be present, but not overbearing in relation to my voice. Oh man, it's taking so long to load. It really seems like sometimes it's like super chill, and sometimes it's really just like struggling. I never have a good... Alright, that sounds good. Okay. So they thought, all right, her parents are like, oh, okay, yeah, she's just combining her incoming wedding into her real life. So like, if that's what she needs to do um to accept it, then so be it. I am going, she continued, addressing her mother as they left the lodge. I am going from one who has watched my infancy and guarded my youth, who has given me medicine when I was sick, and prepared my food when I was well. I am going from a father who has ranged the forest to procure the choicest skins for my dress, and kept his lodge supplied with the best spoil of the chase. I am going from a lodge which has been my shelter from the storms of winter, and my shield from the hearts of summer. Farewell, my parents, farewell. So saying, she sped faster than any could follow her to sight. As she had often thus withdrawn herself from the lodge, the parents were not in fear, but confidently awaited her return. Hour chased hour as the clouds of evening rolled up in the west. Darkness came on, but no daughter returned. With torches they hastened to the wood, and although they lit up every dark recess and leafy gloom, their search was in vain. Liliana was nowhere to be seen. They called aloud in lament upon her name, but she answered not. Suns rose and set, but never more in their light did the bereaved parents' eyes behold the lost form of their beloved child. Their daughter was lost indeed. Whither she had vanished, no mortal tongue could tell, although it chanced that a company of fishermen who were spearing fish near the spirit grove that seemed to resemble a female figure standing on the shore. As the evening was mild and the weather's calm, they cautiously pulled their canoe toward the land, but the slight ripple of their oars excited alarm. The figure fled in haste, but they could recognize in the shape and dress as she ascended the bank the lost daughter, and they saw the green plumes of her fairy lover waving over his forehead as he glided lightly through the forest of young pines. I quite like that a lot. That's excellent. She got to be happy and live in the woods and just be a weird woods witch. I really love that like every culture has some approximation of like fairy folk that live in the woods. And it really like speaks to like a this like deep-seated feeling that like if you're walking in like unoccupied woods, that like there's something in there. There's like people. In the podcast lore, they talk about that a lot, how fairy tales and like some alien sightings seem to match up a lot, where people will sort of describe sort of similar things, where people are just like, I'm leaving to go live in the woods, and or like, you know, they get abducted or something like that. So yeah, I like that it's in Native American stories, it's in European stories, it's in Asian stories, all over the place. They've got fairies. Aaron Mahnke from the Lore podcast talks about specifically the like historical references to like other like sort of like exclusionist, or not exclusionist, but like isolated tribes of folk in like remote regions, that in some cases, particularly in like Polynesian and like Hawaiian folktales, that there is like actual like evidence of people that could be mapped to whatever like fairy sightings that they've seen, which is really fascinating to think about. The idea of this like other type of people that, you know, that's like humans but like not quite. They're sort of uncanny. I like that a lot as sort of the source, or if not the source, the like inspiration for a lot of fairy stories. So yeah, that's really good. All right, make sure that you've got some water or whatever you're drinking. I got my tea. Make sure that you're stretched up. This next one's a little bit longer, but I really like the title. This is Adventures of Wolfmarked. This is attributed to Jeremiah Curtin, another Native American, North American story. Already we're starting off strong. A brother and sister lived together. I'm wondering if they don't get names, because that seems like it happens a lot, at least in some of the other fairy stories we've read. The brother loved his sister so well that he did not want her to work. He did all the work himself. Each morning when he was starting off to hunt, he said to her, "You mustn't go out," and he fastened the door. That's not loving her so much, that's just like abusive. When he came home in the evening, he cooked, and after they had eaten, he said to his sister, "Lie down and sleep. I am going to a council." The sister never knew when her brother came home, but when she wakened in the morning, he was cooking. The girl didn't like to be fastened in. She said nothing, but all the time she was thinking how she could get out of the house. At last, a night came when her brother started off forgetting to fasten the door. Then she determined to follow him to the council. She found his tracks, and after following them a long distance, came to a house. She pushed the skin door aside and went in. An old man sat by a fire, making a wooden ladle. Thinking of carving a ladle sounds really fascinating. That would be really cool to have like a hand-carved ladle. He looked up and said, Thank you, my niece. I have waited a long time for you to come. I have come to get you to do something for me, said the girl. I expected that you would ask me to do something for you. There they are. Take your choice. And he pointed to a pile of ladles. Choose your starter ladle. I'm Professor Oak. Choose your starter ladle. Each one has a different element. It isn't the ladle that I want. What is it then? Anyone who wishes for something asks for it. I want you to destroy my brother. He keeps me fastened into the house. I can't do that. Your brother has great power. I like that he was like, I won't kill your brother because he's too high level. Not like, no, that's wrong. Although she did explain that maybe it is she is like, she has a very good reason. So he's right to just sort of instantly be like, you're not wrong, but I can't do that. Perhaps my brother who lives near here can. He has greater power than I have. The girl went on. She soon came to an opening, and in the opening was a house. She went to the house, and looking through a crack, saw an old man making bark bowls. Ooh, I'm sensing a pattern. Is this gonna be a rule of 3? Maybe we should put rule of 3 back. Come in, called the old man. I have been expecting you. I have come to get you to do something for me, said the girl. There they are. Take your choice. These guys are, they're in the business of selling soup implements. The ladle maker, the bowl maker, and then maybe the next one is a cook. He makes the soup that goes in the bowl. And they're all ready to sell immediately. I don't want a bowl. What do you want? I want you to destroy my brother. I can't destroy him, but I can make him go a long way off. Do that, said the girl. This is what you must do, said the old man. Oh no, this is just the second guy. This is like, I'm not an assassin myself, but my brother can help you out. That's how the business goes. When you order a ladle or a bowl, that's how you know that you're asking for the like assassination service. It's like a soup themed John Wick kind of situation. When you get home, begin to help about the cooking. Tomorrow morning, just as the sun comes up, look toward the south till you see me. I shall come in the form of a white turkey. When you see me, call to your brother, "Oh, catch that turkey. I want it for a pet." He will say, "I have never heard of anyone's having a turkey for a pet." Then say, "Kill it for me." Stand just back of the door, and as he draws to shoot, push the door, hit the arrow, and make it glance off. Then your brother's courage will appear. He will say, "I have never been outrun," and he will chase me. Okay, so he's hit this entire thing is like bonk the arrow at just the right time. What's to stop the brother from saying, "Hey, you fucked up my shot"? And then, if it glances off, the turkey would probably run away. Maybe that's why. So he's like, "Oh, that you fucked up my shot, but like I'm gonna melee the turkey now." The next morning, the girl insisted on helping her brother cook. Just at sunrise, she saw a turkey coming from the south. When it was near the cabin, she called out, "Oh, brother, catch that white turkey. I want it for a pet." "Who ever heard of having a turkey for a pet?" asked he. "Well, kill it for me." That is such a wild... So that is really an escalation. Like, if I can't love this turkey, then I will eat it. The man fixed an arrow in his bow, and as he let it fly, the girl shut the door so quickly that it hit the arrow and sent it away from the turkey. Then off ran the man to catch the bird. Okay, that worked just as planned. The two ran till midday, the turkey always a little ahead. And then the turkey called out, "Let us rest. Mark where you stop, and I will mark where I stop." After resting a while, they started again and ran till dark. Then the turkey called out, "Let us rest till morning." Man, he's very sporting that he was like, this is some like Looney Tunes ass chase. The man lay down at the foot of a tree. The turkey roosted in a hemlock not far away. I like that. Oh, we just dropped offline again. Hold on. Okay, we're back. Bitrate is absolute shit. Mess with my little. Let's hear little. Let's hear. This is gonna be a multi-section VOD, I think. Okay. So we were with the man chasing the turkey. And the turkey has sort of run him off the edge of a cliff. At the bottom of the cliff was a swift river. The man struck the water and floated down till he came to a fish dam made by the women of the river. He lodged in the dam. Soon, two girls came to the river to see if they had caught many fish. One said to the other, "Look, there is a dead man in the dam. Run and tell mother to come." The old woman came, and the three pulled the man out of the water. On each side of this man's body was the mark of a wolf. Huh. I wasn't expecting this to be the origin story of the hero. That's kind of wild that we're following the villain. But also, like, the mark of a wolf is an interesting, like I assume that's just like wounds that he got from like the river, but "It is the wolf-marked man," said the mother. "He has never been overpowered before." Oh no, wait, that's his He ran around the man and pushed him over the cliff, saying, "Okay, so he cannot be overcome." The turkey said, "I cannot." The guy that turned into the turkey said, "I cannot be overcome." That's interesting. But they're remarking on the wolf-marked man. So the brother is the wolf-marked man, and he's famous. So he didn't get wounds. That's just like his markings from his like. It's wild that this is the reveal. This is such an interesting structure. The whole thing with the sister and the turkey was the cold open of this film. They carried the man to the house and began to work over him. In a short time he opened his eyes but could not speak. By motions he made the girls understand that he wanted to smoke. One of the girls looked around for a pipe. Then he motioned for his pouch. She found a pipe in the pouch and was about to light it when he motioned her to give it to him. He put the pipe between his lips and, drawing twice or three times, lighted it. That's some casual magic right there. Let's fucking go. Cheers, chat. The smoke gave him strength, and soon he said, "Hang skin blankets around me." I feel like they probably should have done that if they like rescued him from the river. He's like, you guys are doing a really bad job. I'm super cold because I like almost died. The woman said, "From now on, you will be my son, and these girls will be your sisters." The woman took great care of Wolfmarked, and he was soon as well as ever. One day, steps were heard outside. The door was kicked in, and a man came in. "I've come to give you some pudding," said he, as he threw down a lot of nasty bark. He went off, and the women swept out the bark. Nasty Bark is a good band name. Can you make pudding out of bark? Pudding seems like a wild choice for... I know they can make a lot of stuff with bark, but nasty bark, certainly not. "Have you a bow and arrows?" asked Wolfmarked. The old woman gave him a bow and arrows. He dusted the bow and straightened the arrows, then stringing an arrow and saying to it, "Go and kill a bear," he shot it through the smoke hole. Soon a noise was heard outside. The woman went to the door and found a bear lying dead on the ground. That's wild. Is that also casual magic? Think so. This is definitely, I put this here in mind of like, sometimes people just do magic or like perform miracles and they're not like a magic person. It's not like a spell. They just like do a very good thing or like improbable or impossible task. They skinned it and, cutting up the meat, put it where it would dry. The next morning, a man kicked the door open. Why do people hate this mother and daughters? And was about to throw down a bundle of nasty bark when he saw the meat, and knowing there must be a man around, turned and ran off. Man, so he just like harasses these women. It says a man, it doesn't say the same man. So like, maybe these four are just like targets. Soon afterward, Wolfmark said, "A man is coming to visit me. When he gets here, let him come inside the skin blankets." He had always stayed inside the blankets when the woman hung up when he first came. Really? That's wild. The next morning, when the dew was getting off the grass, the woman saw a man coming. He was unkempt and shabby. When he reached the house, the mother told him to go behind the skins. The woman heard the two men talking. Toward night, Shabby Man came out and went away. In a few days, the same man came again. This time he brought news. The chief's daughters were to marry, but their husbands must be men who possessed powerful spirits that could take any form they liked, walk around a fire, and scatter the wampum beads. "Will you try?" asked the Shabby Man. "No," said Wolfmarked. That night, Shabby Man went to the chief's house. All the powerful men were there. When they saw Shabby Man, they pushed him out, but he looked through a crack and saw what was going on. The power of the first man who tried was in a fisher pouch. He called the pouch to life and sent it around the fire. It went halfway, then dropped down a pouch again. By the way, this having a magical pouch or like doing a spell doesn't count as casual magic. I need a better term for that, but that's not what I had in mind when I made that. I was thinking like when the rabbit turned a boy just by like stretching him, and he turned him into a rabbit boy or a rabbit man, I guess. So magic pouch doesn't seal the deal. The second man's power was in a mink pouch. Man, they're really like pouches, huh? The pouch became a live mink. That is a cool pouch though. Took wampum beads from a nearby pile and scattered them till a little more than halfway around the fire. Then the mink did it say scatter? Oh. It just said scatter them. So I'm suspicious there's more that could be done. Then the mink dropped down, a pouch again. Each man tried his power, but the power died before it got around the fire. After a while, the chief said to the people, "Go home now, but come again tomorrow night." The next day, Shabby Man urged Wolfmark to go to the chief's house and try his power. At last, Wolfmark said, "I will go tomorrow night." Shabby Man went to the chief's house. Again he was thrown out, and again he looked in through a crack. The men cheered one another. Shabby Man cheered too. Soon he saw that each man tried all of the others. Soon he saw that as each man tried, all of the others blew against his power to prevent it getting around the fire. Shabby Man blew too. Oh man, so it's like, not only do you have to be able to like perform the task, you have to perform it while everyone else is trying to sabotage you. After a while, the chief said, "Go home now, we will try again tomorrow." That night, when Wolfmark was walking around outside, thinking what he could use to show his power, he heard a noise, and then a voice said to him in a whisper, "I have come to help you. Here is a pouch. You will find another pouch inside this one. Your friend will use the mud turtle pouch. The fawn pouch is yours, but you must not go to the chief's house. Let the old woman and Shabby Man go. Inside the pouches are little pieces of medicine for the woman and Shabby Man to put in their mouths when they blow. When they are in the chief's house, they must sit side by side. The woman will take the mud turtle pouch, shake it till it grows large and comes to life. Then Shabby Man will set it down and tell it to go around the fire and not to let anything stop it. When the turtle gets around, the woman must put the fawn pouch down, bring it to life, and tell it to go around the fire. When the turtle and fawn have won, Shabby Man must take one of the chief's daughters and go to his home. The other daughter must come to you." Wolfmark took the pouches and thanked his friend. The next morning, just at daylight, Shabby Man came and asked, "Are you ready?" "I am ready," answered Wolfmark. "Well, let us try our power and see if we are going to succeed." "We will succeed," said Wolfmark. "Let us try so as to get used to doing it," urged Shabby Man. "There is no need of trying," said the other. Shabby Man urged a long time, then he went off, but he soon came back and began again. Urged till he was tired, went off, and again came back to tease Wolfmark to try his power. All day he kept going and coming, back to urge again. At dark he said, "We must start now, or we will not get seats." "Wait a while," answered his friend. "They will give us seats when we get there." After dark, Wolfmark said to the woman, "Mother, I want you to go with this man to the chief's house." Shabby Man was disappointed. "Won't you go?" asked he. "No, my mother will go in my place." "You had better go. We may fail." "You will not," said Wolfmark. On the road, Shabby Man said, "Let us hurry," and he went ahead and waited. When the woman overtook him, he again urged her to walk fast. At last they were there. When the people saw Shabby Man and the woman, they wanted to throw them out, but the chief said, "Let them stay." When Shabby Man's turn came, he put the piece of medicine in his mouth. The woman put down the turtle pouch and urged the turtle on. The people began to call for a close of the meeting. Shabby Man insisted on trying and said, "Oh, Chief, give us a chance." The chief said to the people, "Sit down and give them a chance." They did all they could to obstruct the turtle, but it came around to the starting point. Shabby Man picked it up and gave it to the woman. She took it and made it small. It was again a pouch. Shabby Man got up and took his place by the chief's daughter. The people said, "Now we will go home." But the woman insisted on having a chance. They got up to go, but she cried at the top of her voice, "Come back and let me try. If I succeed, I have someone to marry the chief's daughter." The chief said, man, they were not willing for the old woman to be one of the winners of Princess. She got the fawn skin pouch out and shook it. It became a live fawn. She put it down and told it to run around the fire. It was around in a flash. The chief said, "This is the end. What I required has been accomplished." Everyone went home. With Shabby Man went the chief's elder daughter. The next morning, men came to Wolfmark and said, "The chief has sent for you to come and claim his daughter." "She must come to me," said the young man, "and Shabby Man and his wife must come too." The three came, and Wolfmark was the husband of the chief's youngest daughter. Younger daughter, rather. Okay, that's... I'm really curious why falling down a cliff and getting rescued. Maybe since his new lease in life, Wolfmark has like claimed his new identity and he's like thinking new things about life and has also become wise, and that's why he's suddenly become like this. He's just like staying in his like skin like partition and just like making wise is he it said he was well now, so I don't know why he's not leaving, but whatever. The men hunted and killed... Oh, wait, sorry. The three came, and Wolfmark was the husband of the chief's younger daughter. Right. The men hunted and killed plenty of game. The women took care of the skins and cooked. Some time passed. The men of the village were jealous of Wolfmark, and they plotted against him. They put up a long pole and said, "Whoever can lodge a ball on the top of the pole will win. We have a man who can do it. We will challenge Wolfmark, and he will lose. The wager will be 7 heads." As the woman and her daughters sat in the house, they saw a man coming on a run. The door flew open, and in he came. When he saw Wolfmark, he said, "I have come to challenge you to lodge a ball on the top of a pole. The wager is 7 heads on each side." "Very well," said Wolfmark. That is the game amuse myself with." That seems like a typo. When the runner left, the old woman began to cry and lament. "Don't cry," said Wolfmark. "Nothing will happen to us." She only cried the harder and wailed that he would surely lose, and the 7 members of the family would be destroyed. But after a time, he was able to quiet her. That night, when Wolfmark was standing outside and thinking about the challenge, thinking that maybe he would lose, he heard a whisper, and a voice said, oh yeah, he started hearing whispers. I'm wondering what, maybe his near-death experience gave him some sort of spirit guide. When you were challenged, you said, "This is the game I amuse myself with. This will come true. Don't use their ball and don't begin the game. Here is the ball you are to use, and here is a piece of medicine for you to put in your mouth when you go to the place with it. With it in your mouth, blow against their ball." So yeah, really, this whispering voice has been giving him but in both situations, the Whispering Voice gave him some sort of drug, and that was the key to his victory. The next morning, when it was time to go, Shabby Man said, "I am sick, I can't go. Couldn't you bet 3 against 3? The old woman and her 2 daughters on her side." "No," said Wolfmarked. "We have agreed 7 against 7. We must all go." When they reached the place, they saw a long pole standing in the center of an opening. 7 men were standing near the pole. They were the wager on the chief's side. That's fucked up. Why would you... Why would... Man, this is like serious plot, high stakes plotting on a game. Now, Wolfmarked and his wife, the mother and her 2 daughters, and Shabby Man and his wife stood together as the wager on Wolfmarked's side. Struck into the pole was a great flint knife with which to cut off their heads. The chief asked Wolfmark to begin the game. When he refused, a man on the chief's side picked up the ball, rubbed it a long time, then threw it into the air. It came down, hit the top of the pole, and bounded back and went up again. Wolfmark was blowing against it, and he had the medicine in his mouth. At last, he said in his mind, "Let the ball fall." It came to the ground. Then the chief gave it to Wolfmark and said, "Now it is your turn." I assume... Yeah, I'm very unclear on the rules of this game, but I think it seems like you're just supposed to do a trick shot. "I have a ball of my own," said Wolfmark, and he refused to take the chief's ball. He said to his own ball, Be faithful, don't fall, stick to the pole." Oh, I see, you're supposed to, like, land it, and then it sits there. That's absolutely wild. He rubbed the ball in his hands, then threw it up. The whiz was heard, and right away the ball was out of sight. After a long time, they heard it strike the sky, and it made a pleasant sound, a sound that was heard by all of the people of the world. It came down, hit the pole, and bounded back to the sky. 3 times it went to the sky. The 3rd time it hit. The sound was very faint. Many times it went up, but a little lower every time. Each man on the chief's side was wishing with all his power that the ball would fall to the ground. The 7 of Wolfmark's party were wishing it to stay on the pole. There was great excitement. The ball struck the top of the pole and stayed there. "You have won the game," said the chief. "That is what I expected. I knew that we would win," said Shabby Man. And straight away he cut off the 7 heads, the chief's wager. Wolfmark and his friends went home and were happy, but the men of the village were still plotting. After a good deal of talk, the men said, "This is what we will do. I am the swiftest runner in the world. I have never been beaten. Challenge Wolfmark to a race with me. We will run around the lake, and the wager will be 7 heads." Man, they're killing people by the dozen just to, like, fuck with this one guy. Alright. This seems like a good spot for a little intermission break thing. So this is gonna be our first break. Alright, welcome back. Over to our media. Oh, internet's still getting itself. Okay. So we, Wolfmarked and his ever-growing party of motley misfits are they've thwarted the machinations of the haters that live in their village by winning a game with enchanted ball and mouth medicine. I'm suspicious there's going to be another game, and the haters are about to kill 7 more people in the name of fucking up Wolfmarked. A man went to Wolfmarked and notified him of the race and its conditions. That is the game I like best, said he. Man, he makes a lot of wild assertions. I have never been beaten. I can outrun anyone. When the old woman heard of the challenge, she cried and lamented. Stop crying, said Wolfmarked. Nothing will happen to us. When everyone in the house was asleep, Wolfmarked went outside and stood thinking what he could do to win. Man, yeah, he really has no plan. So it's not like he became wise. He's just like, I don't know about this weird voice is talking to me now. All at once he heard a whisper and a voice said, come here. He went toward the voice and listened. Soon the voice said, you are going to run a race. You said that you liked the game. You will not be disappointed this time. When the runner finds that you are winning, he will throw back a buffalo horn. It will stick in your foot. Pull it out and throw it at him as hard as you can. You will win. He's gonna try and do a Mario Kart trick. Oh man, how are you gonna I guess if you kill him with the buffalo horn, you can still finish the race. But your foot's gonna be fucked up. The next morning, Wolfmarked said to his family, get ready. I am sick, said Shabby Man. I can't go. You must go, said Wolfmarked. The wager is 7 heads. We must all be there. When they reached the place, they saw a crowd of people and 7 men standing a little to one side. They were the chief's wager. The chief said, each runner must take hold of a long pole and run against the hickory tree over there. Bend the tree down, drawing the pole across it. When the pole comes off from the top and the tree swings back, drop the pole and run. The pole was of red willow. It's like a way to say that you're starting, I guess. The runners started exactly at midday. The chief's runner holding one end of the pole, Wolfmarked the other. They had to pull hard to bend the tree over. Just as they got the pole near the top, the chief's runner let go of his end, and Wolfmarked was thrown far back beyond the crowd of people. He sprang up and sang, I have never been beaten. He gave a whoop and ran. His opponent was out of sight. People shouted with joy. Shabby Man rolled on the ground and cried, oh, we are beaten, we are beaten. If he had only said that the wager would be 1 head, and that his own. When Wolfmarked got out of sight, he called a mole and said, you see that man running? Get ahead of him. Wolfmarked went into the mole and the mole went under the ground and came out ahead of the runner. So yeah, he has the ability to enter he's like possessing the mole, but it's like taking his body with him. That's definitely casual magic. I'm glad I made this one of the rules, because this is absolutely 1 second. All right. Wolfmark went into the mole. The mole went underground and came out ahead of the runner, who wasn't going very fast, for he thought Wolfmark was far behind. After a while, he saw a track and thought, can he be ahead? Then he ran swiftly, but didn't see anyone. He's going against the spirit's words. I don't think this is a good idea. Maybe he won't have to use the bison thing this way. Whatever. Looking again at the tracks, he said in his mind, he is ahead. And taking a buffalo horn out of his pouch, he told it to go to the young man and stick in his foot. And he threw it. The horn overtook Wolfmark, and as one of his feet came up, it went into it, and he fell to the ground. Man, so he couldn't even see him, and that's some more casual magic. He never tried to pull the horn out, he tried to pull the horn out, but couldn't. As the chief's runner passed, he called out, "Get up! I never before saw a man sit down when he was running a race." Just then, Wolfmark's whispering friend said to him, "Pull the horn out, throw it, and say, 'Go fast,' and enter the runner's foot so deep that he can't get you out." He should have just specified to the bison horn. I wonder if it flies like a boomerang, or bison. The bison horn is like curly, so Wolfmark. Wait, so how he threw it in the horn, overtook Wolfmark. How did he get it out though? Pull the horn out. Wolfmark threw. Okay, yeah. So he did pull it out eventually. Maybe it just took him time to get it out. And ran on it. He hadn't gone far when he saw his opponent sitting on the ground trying to get the horn out of his foot. "Stop and help me," begged he. I didn't say that when you sent the horn into my foot," said Wolfmark, and he ran on. All the people were watching to see which runner was ahead. The chief's party said, "We might as well begin to cut off those heads." "We will cut off 6, then take Wolfmark's when he comes." A man seized a flint knife and ran to Shabby Man, but the chief called to him, "Wait till the runners get here." At last they saw one runner, then the crowd shouted, "Our man is coming! Our man is coming!" When the runner came a little nearer, people began to feel uneasy. They were not quite sure that it was their man. Then they saw that it was Wolfmark. Shabby Man looked up. He had been sitting with his head down, thinking that right away I assume that is supposed to be he was going to lose his life. Then he called out, "I should make typos, a drink roll." I've noticed 2 so far. All right. Thinking that right away he was going to lose his life. Then he called out, "Just as I told you, I knew Wolfmarked would win." Sure, buddy. When the runner came near, Wolfmarked and Shabby Man are really giving like anime. I'm really liking the characters playing off of each other. I am kind of frustrated that the like chief's daughters who they married are getting 0 voice lines. That's certainly not expected in fairy tales, but like since the sister was such an important character earlier, you'd think that they would, especially since like it seems like the chief is mad at them for like winning the contest. It really seems like all of this situation is because they sort of like stepped in with trickery and like got the daughters in this like game of proposals, which seems not that great. I really feel like I don't want, as the reader, I don't necessarily want the heroes to die, but like I do find myself questioning why they're here, why this was a good idea. And since we have no we don't have any speaking parts from the daughters, like maybe they like where they are, maybe they don't. We have no way of knowing because they literally have 0 lines. They're just now that they're like part of Wolfmark's party, the chief is like going to kill them if Wolfmark loses this, which really seems like there's no good guys in this situation. All right. When the runner came near, he called to his friend, "Why don't you take the wager?" Up jumped Shabby Man, and soon 7 heads were lying on the ground. I thought he was sick. Whatever. Maybe he wasn't sick, he was nervous. Twin boys were born to Wolfmarked. Oh, okay. This is a new adventure, I think. And they were marked exactly as he was. I assume that means that they were like, you have this tattoo or possibly scarification, Wolfmark, and because you're a hero, your children will be marked the same way, and not that this is some sort of like hereditary birthmark, which would be pretty wacky. When the first one was born, I feel like they would have mentioned that in the first story. When the first one was born, the father picked him up and threw him over the skin enclosure where he himself had stayed when he first came to the old woman's cabin. Oh yeah, they never explain why he never left that. But now he has left it. He left it as soon as he went out to do the stick game. And as he threw the child, he said, "This, my first son, must grow to be a powerful man." When the second child was born, he threw it over the enclosure and said, "This, my second son, must grow to be a powerful man." No, okay, cool. This actually seems like it might be one of the like the sort of like bit about the story, might be a sort of like why groups do specific like rituals and like traditions, and it doesn't seem like sometimes these have like interesting stories associated with them. It seems like for a lot of these, Wolfmarked just sort of like happens to, this just like occurs to him, and he does it. So I'm liking the bits where like there's more going on and not just like Wolfmark did this wild thing. um, um, Nobody paid attention to the children. They're like, they'll be powerful. Don't worry about it. After a time, talking was heard. Then a voice said, "Father, we want a club and a ball to play with." On a club. Oh, they were. Oh, I see. He threw them into the enclosure where he was, and now they're inside the enclosure, and no one can see them. I feel like that's not great. This is like we're tossing our children into a secluded area for them to grow up in, which is not a good recipe. Some days passed, then one of the boys called out, "Father, we are tired of the club and ball. We want a bow and arrows." He gave them a bow and made them red willow arrows. For a time they were satisfied. Then one called out, "Father, we want to go for our aunt." "Very well. When you start, go in the direction the sun goes, and don't let anything stop you." Oh, their aunt isn't the sister from the first story. Perhaps. Presumably they don't mean the eldest daughter of the chief who's married to Shabby Man, who's the sister of their mother. The boys started. They went through. Okay, so they're done growing up in their skin enclosure. Wait, did they call it an enclosure too? Yeah, no, they did. I sort of imagined it that way. I'm glad that the story also called it that. The boys started. They went through a wide valley and climbed a hill at the end of the valley. I think that valley is the one that he floated through. They were walking along quietly when the younger brother called out, "Stop, brother, and look at this." "No," answered the elder brother. Our father told us not to stop." The younger brother thought, "Yes, our father told us not to let anything stop us," and he hurried on. They had traveled a number of days when the younger boy asked, "Brother, what would frighten you most?" "Our father told us not to be frightened by anything," answered the elder boy. "What would you be afraid of?" "Of Big Head," which is... Oh, that's a cool name for like a tornado, because it gets bigger. It's sort of funnel shaped, and it's usually got like a cumulonimbus on top of it. Yeah, that's a very valid thing to be afraid of, you guys. That minute, the boys heard a great noise. From the southwest came a terrible roar. The elder brother kept on. The younger was frightened. But when Big Head was near, he said to himself, "I won't be afraid." That minute, the roar and wind ceased. At last, the brothers came to a trail and saw footprints all going in one direction. The trail ran north and south. The footprints pointed north. Some were very large, others were small. The elder brother glanced at the tracks and went on. The younger brother stopped, and looking at the tracks said, "Let us follow them and find out what is going on." "Our father told us not to stop," answered his brother. "It won't take long. We can come right back," urged the younger. The elder brother yielded, and they followed the footprints. They had not gone far when a man of enormous size came along, seized the boys, and tucking one under each arm, walked off. Soon he came to a village, and going into a hut at the edge of it, he said to men sitting around, "I have brought game. We will notify the people." We will notify the people. That is obvious typo. The boys were taken to the long house in the center of the village. 2 large kettles were brought and made ready. As people came in, they went up and looked the game over. When the chief came, he looked also, but what he saw frightened him. Right away he said, "Free these boys." They are the sons of the wolf-marked man. Oh, because they've got the marks on them. That's why that was very smart to bestow your signature emblem onto them. Is everyone in this village a giant? Or maybe just that guy? Alright. Free these boys. They're the son of wolf-marked man. If we harm them, he will destroy us. He's the most powerful man in the world. Except for the turkey guy that almost killed him. The people of this village were all frost or ice people. Cool. So they're like... So maybe they are giants? Is it like frost giants from Norse mythology? They liberated the boys, and the 2 traveled on till they came to a beautiful country. "I think our aunt is near here," said the younger boy. "Oh no," said the elder, "she must be far away yet." I guess, yeah, they traveled for a very... The turkey chased him for... Or no, he chased the turkey for a very long time. The younger brother insisted that his aunt was near, and he began to look around. The elder stopped and watched him. The boy came to a hollow tree, and in the opening saw the body of a woman. "Come here, brother," called he. "I have found our aunt." He struck the woman with his arrow. That's not what you do when you meet your aunt. She didn't move. Then he struck her twice with his bow and said, "Your brother has sent for you." The woman moved and roused up a little. Her face was covered with scabs and sores, and she was frightful to look at. The younger boy rubbed her with saliva. The scabs fell off and she was well. Then the boys saw that she was a fine-looking woman. "Now we will go home," said the younger brother, and the 3 started. Wolfmark had forgiven his sister for trying to destroy him. He was glad to see her. After this, they all lived together happily. Wow, that's okay. That's one final sip for the B instead of he. I'm very mystified. What was she doing in a tree covered in scabs and sores? Was she just like this is what I do now that my brother's gone? I'm just like a wood creature. Yeah, that last bit was going well until it seems like there was no clear way to end it. I feel like they could have, like, maybe she could have saved them from the giants, or like maybe they could have gone on an adventure with someone that they like didn't think was her, and then like found out later that she was. And then the brother would be like, I'm reluctant to let you back into my life, but since you saved my kids, I'm going to forgive you. But also like they should have a talk about what is appropriate treatment of someone of your sibling. And he shouldn't have locked her in the house. Because at no point does it seem like Wolfmark had was told that maybe that's why he forgave her, is he was like, I recognize now that I'm older and wiser and have children who are siblings, that I should not have locked you in the house and forced you to hire a turkey assassin to trick me to fall in a ravine and get washed up in this village where I found my current friends. um overall as an entire story, I like that one just because it has a lot to it. I think any time that there's a recurring character, this really seems like it was like multiple stories that were just like compiled together. Um, I love a recurring character in fairy stories. Anytime someone comes back, I'm very excited about it. Um, so that's why I'm personally really attached to characters like Baba Yaga, and I mentioned last stream the immortal Boney, um, or Koshé the Immortal if you're nasty. Um, so or Miko the Fox. That was a good one. But yeah, the collection of stories as a whole I enjoyed. But I think each of the individual stories didn't seem like it was all that great. Most of what Wolfmark did was like he was shitty to his sister. He got tricked. He interrupted a like courtship situation with and like rigged it by winning, but then did a lot of like stunting on the haters. The stunting on the haters was good, but like why he was there in the first place was kind of sus. And then he sent his sons who he had raised by like locking, and wait, no, he locked them in the like skin enclosure. That he didn't learn his lesson after all. Hold on. I'm on to you, Wolfmarked. Your your ways of showing love are deeply flawed. But we find ourselves at the end of our Graybles. Good Graybling, y'all. And I do like all the casual magic that showed up in that one. That was pleasant every time it happened. And especially when it's like there's something that's like, this is a magic item, like there was a magic pouch. Oh yeah, and we never found out what the voice was, which is wild. But I like amidst the like magic voice that tells you to do something and then doing it, you succeed. That's like classic fairy tale stuff. I think often if there is a mysterious voice that tells you to do something that's like kind of incredulous, and then you do it, like the moral is often like, if a mysterious voice whispers to you to do something, you do it. I'm trying to think of what else we learned. Oh yeah. So, but yeah, amidst all of that, the magic voice, the magic pouches, the like medicine that you put in your mouth, and it gives you powers to do a number of things. That with the added like, sometimes if you like, if you're about to throw or shoot something and you whisper to the thing that you throw or shoot, it will do what you tell it to, and the more specific you are about what it's going to do, the better it will be. And then What else did he do? Oh, the like turning, sort of like possessing a mole, and then like speeding past the other guy. Like that's a very OP one. I'm surprised that didn't get used more. If he has the ability to do that, like as a deer or something. And I assume that the guy that turned himself into a turkey did something similar. Um, but yeah, it's like it. They never sort of showed him like snapping in and out of the turkey, but he stayed that way for multiple days. So yeah. Um, I am gonna set up my drawing stuff, and we're gonna get into some sketching. I'm working on chapter 4, um page 4, chapter 4, page 4. Um, we typically we have some reference. Do we have script reference? No, we do not. Let me pull up. Yeah, here we go. I wish I could change out. There it is. Okay. We're gonna zoom in a little bit for this. Okay, page 4. So I'm gonna try and it might be too big. Squish this a little bit. Then going to Oh wait, no, I don't want that. I want webcam. Okay, and then we want phone camera. Okay. Get that down a little bit more. Yeah. Then we will assume that our rotation is nope. Perfect. There we go. Beautiful. So page 4, panel 1, Jelen raises her eyebrow. Crane crosses his arms. Jelen says, so they're replying to the last the page that just happened, which is President Hargraven has just said you don't know what the overlap zone closure was caused by, but your predecessor Grosbeak did. And then the Kata, the representative from Crown Plaza, says the incident you're referring to was involving children, and like you're out of line for like referencing it. And then John says, yeah, the children that you mentioned were exonerated when Rootkeeper Grandy Crane here took office. And Crane says, along with Grosbeak's other conspiracy theories we threw out. So they're sort of like, yeah, that guy was crazy. We got rid of all of his shit. So like, don't even talk to us about his bullshit. So next, Craig, who has been in the background of the first, or not the first panel, but like page 2, speaks up for the first time. They say, they close their eyes and put a hand up as if offering an object of that's going to go here. They're going to say, nevertheless, the theory that overlap zones were closed intentionally seems to hold merit. Some theory artifact, a frequency mutator, if you will. So I'm noticing that this is going to be a lot to fit in this panel here. I'm gonna try writing that bit first. I was trying to, I wanted like a wide panel of one of the talkers, to start pulling back, because we're starting to see more of this conversation as like multiple people are having it. But yeah. I don't need to make this super sharp when I'm doing. I always do it right at the beginning of like drawing, and then I realize like, oh, actually I don't need it to be that sharp unless I'm like drawing a person, especially like a close up. So we want them to say, it's a huge ass bit of dialogue. I don't like that. I don't want it to be that much. So first of all, this is gonna have to be a taller panel. I think I'm gonna play around with this so it's like more circular. We'll end with hold merit. I want the word frequency mutator to get used in this conversation. It doesn't have to be in this panel. Got a lot of space on the lower panel. But it's not the end of the world if I have to scoot these down here. So that's gonna be Let me pull up my Craig reference. I could have sworn I had reference for Craig. Maybe I put it in clothes. Oh, yep. Yes, I did. They have these like oval glasses. They're bald. And they have this like intricately sort of like folded collar. and it sort of like folds over the way that it's buttoned. Like that. They have a very trim, like shoulder profile. Holding their hand up like this. Or like this. So it's like... And I want this coat to have this like cube pattern. Might want to make that hand smaller. And then Crake is... Oh, also this is a glove. And then Crake has... Okay. Right behind them is this. Yay, stream has gone on long enough uninterrupted for me to get Ko-fi auto messages. Oh, that's actually not gonna be that low. If it's this zoomed in, it's gonna go off the edge. Okay. Fantastic. Okay, so the next one is we go back to Vera Eniton. And then Vera and Crane stare at each other across the... So let's just do... So Vera is sitting next to another person from LobSec. Captain Abeo. Oh wait, also, I'm stupid. I'm drawing Grackle. But I drew them as Crake. Does Grackle speak? We maybe don't need Crake to be here. Oh. Okay, we're just gonna change the script to reflect that. Because I don't really think it's that important. Nonetheless, the theory that overlap zones were closed intentionally seems to hold merit. They were closed intentionally. It's likely they were opened the same way. Okay, we're back to Vera. Let me get a good shot of her. Let me mix up the... So she's got this, like, high collar thing. Because on the right side it goes sort of up. And then Amber Cassidy, the organizer. It's right here. She has these like horns. I think she needs to be higher. Maybe I can just make the table lower. All right, I think while I'm getting this panel worked out, we're gonna take a quick break. So we will be right Alright, we're back. Oh wait, that's the wrong. There we go. Okay. Got our... This is Grackle over here. I need to figure out... I want Crane to still have that same pose. I feel like that pose matches his energy super well. Where he's just sort of like... Okay, who... Okay, and then, okay, yeah. So, Hargraven and... Kanta and Nobu Hest. Okay, so Hargraven is right next to Lobsec. We're really only gonna see the back of his... And then we're just gonna see like the edge of Atawazwe over here. And then there's only one more person that I mentioned, but they might... or in my original list here. I think I want to move Vera to the right too. Okay, Crake is gonna be in the middle, and I haven't drawn Crake yet. Oh, so I believe a crake is a type of hen or a rooster. A lot of the witch characters, I have like a design for them in mind already, but one of the benefits of having themed names is I can default Wait, is a crake a type of rail? That's okay. That's embarrassing. I want them to have some sort of like mohawk thing, because I feel like that sort of reference. And then rail is she should probably be taller than that too. Then I'm gonna give oh. Grackle, okay. Grackle says goodbye. this. And then... All right. We'll move Vera over. And then we'll just have a lot of those characters in the background. So they're gonna get covered up by the speech bubbles. Oh, right. And then... Final panel. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I brought a little candy up with me. A little coffee flavored candy as a treat. Okay. So now we want specifically Crane and Vera glaring at each other. It needs to be... I can always adjust these when I'm working on them from the sketch, but if the sketch is like bad enough, it's gonna be like worse. You can't even see this. Now we get this like barb from Lobsec. Surely the rooks don't need us to do their work for them. I might emphasize that 4. Like that. Yeah, here we go. I think that'll work. Let's get this set up. We'll get the file going. All right, we're gonna pop our scanner, which was formerly our our sketch camera. So I recently updated my template. So we'll get to appreciate that from this one. Let me remove my reference page. And then we're going to plug this guy in. Beautiful. Okay. Duplicate layer. Panel 2. Duplicate layer. Panel 3. Duplicate layer. Panel 4. Let's do the number in the borders. It's always kind of a pain to get started doing that. Oh. I think I did it with 1. No, I think, now that I think about it, I think I did it with 2. Because I ended up making it thicker every time I did it. Oops. hook. I forgot to stick this. On a different layer. Excellent. All right. We are prepared to start. We'll start a little bit. Magellan's Eye. There. Perfect. I think that is a fantastic start. So like I said, if we finish the sketch by Sunday, that should be plenty of time for us to get it done throughout the week. So fantastic. I am gonna have a weird schedule this week. I have friends staying over. I'm gonna keep working on the comic. So I don't foresee any issues with the posting schedule. But streaming may be different. Just depending on how things work out. I think Wednesday is the plan for the next one. I'm suspicious it's going to be another late stream. So we're going to keep it up. We'll do it late this week. Friday I think should be Friday I think should be fine if it's during the day. I'll double check and I'll let people know on Wednesday, but Wednesday is definitely going to be a late night one. So we'll see you back here at 8 Central Time on Wednesday. But yeah. I'm glad my network seems like it's a little bit smoother right now. I think there's probably less channel congestion happening. I think if sometimes when I start like right at 8, a lot of people there's like heavy network utilization. People are watching stuff, people are streaming stuff. There's all manner of Wi-Fi signals nearby doing the same thing. I've actually tweaked my channel settings so it has the least amount of impact. I might, it's been a minute since I've done that, so I might, just try and mess with that myself. But yeah. Yeah, we're looking good for the release of page 4. So thanks again everyone that stopped in, VOD watchers, YouTube viewers. I'm pleased to see that I have 2 subscribers on YouTube. That's delightful. So yeah, I appreciate all of you that are watching. And read the comic. I will be posting this next Saturday. Just like we did our last one. So that's our current schedule is we update once a week on Saturdays. And we draw it here. You can see it happen live if you tune in. But yeah, thanks again everyone that stopped in. I will see you Wednesday night. Bye. Bye. Bye.